And with that little improvisation, I say welcome in the living room at the start of yet another week we spent together. Hopefully, this is May the 5th, one day after Star Wars Day. It is a Monday, and I'm happy to welcome all of you. Welcome in ETC Fox, Poji, Giver, long time no see. Hope you're looking forward to some Audi. Welcome in Nick, welcome in Chit Chit, happy Monday to you. MJ, so good to see you. And Thrifty, thanks so much for being here. Simple, hey, 4 years, you have been here for the longest time, but long time no talk to you. How is it going? And of course, Captain Alban, ahoy, and cheers to you. Thank you so much, even though we still haven't found the time for me to give you back your vinyl, man. I start to feel bad about it. Thank you so much for supporting my stream for 55 months already. That is amazing. Thank you so much. Wait, you've been a follower here for 6 years and 8 months? That's longer than I'm streaming. Thank you, man, for all the love. Really, I appreciate it. I hope you guys are doing well. So, a little bit of organization at the start of the week here. Let me talk some logistics. Last week I said that maybe this week I wasn't streaming on 1 or 2 days. That is factually incorrect. I was wrong, and I'm happy to admit it. Which means we'll be here for a regular week in the living room. Today we'll do some piano music. Tomorrow is co-working. Then on Wednesday, we'll have some mixed music and requests. On Thursday, another stream with co-working, and then on Friday, we end the week together with some ambient vibes. Hey, Loki. So I hope you're looking forward to this whole week together, same as I do. And let's start the week the way we always do, with some Ludovic Einaudi and his famous piece, Monday. Welcome in, Turka, so good to see you. Hope you had a lovely weekend. And this was, as always, our first piece this week. This was Monday by Ludovico Einaudi. Thank you so much for the kind collabs, MJ, Chit. Appreciate that. MJ, have a great start into the day. And thanks for lurking with us while you get ready. Now in this first hour, as always, I'll be warming up a bit and I put together a little playlist to do so. I hope you enjoy my choices to start the stream, and then in the next hour at 3 p.m. CEST, we'll open up the queue for requests and you guys will let me know how you want the stream to continue. Our next piece in this list is an original. We are currently writing down the sheet music of my latest album Adrift during co-working streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and so far we've completed 2.5 pieces. This was the first. It is called Discovery, and it is also the first track on Adrift. And while I fuel up with green tea, let us know what you are having this morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you're watching from. It will never feel not weird playing your own music by sheet and then making mistakes. No one to blame but myself for both creating that piece and writing it down the way I did. Not MuseScore this time, mind you. It's not MuseScore this time. That's all me. Thank you so much, Chit Chat, Simple and Silver for the claps, and welcome in Silver. Hope you're doing good. Our next piece is a piece we play quite a lot lately, and there's good reason for it. This is Eden by Hanyarani. Oh no, Silver, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. Is it the flu? Like something going round, or? Yeah, fair enough, Silver. Hope you can relax a bit with us. This little piece was called Eden by Polish pianist and composer Hania Rani. I think I know Hania by now. I think you do. Welcome in Cosmic, and thank you so much for the claps. Same goes to Chichet and Silver. Our next piece is a piece that I chose because it is on the set list of a wedding I'm playing at the end of the month, and why not get a little bit of practice in for those. Luckily, it was on the song list already, so it is just a matter of getting it down and making it as flawless as possible, right? So I hope you have a flawless experience with this one. It's All of Me by John Legend. So that was All of Me by John Legend. I usually play as a bit different, but I'm aware that my version is a bit more off from, or varies more from the original. So I wanted to see if I can get the original melody in my head before the wedding. Yeah. Kripke, so good to see you. And Cosmic says, I do have my oatmeal ready, so it will be my breakfast serenade music if that's okay. That is completely fine with us. That is completely fine. Well, wedding. I'm playing at or I was hired for a wedding. So I'm playing for like 1.5 hours or so in the background while they're having champagne and, you know, everyone is slowly gathering at the restaurant that they're celebrating at. And they gave me a list of songs that I don't have to play, so I can play what I want apparently, but with some pieces they would like to hear if possible. And All of Me by John Legend was part of that, and Someone You Love by Louis Capaldi next is also part of that list. Idea 10 is on that list. Firestone by Kygo is on there, and Dancing in the Moonlight by King Harvest as well. So I'm kind of using this warm-up as well to get acquainted to those pieces, if that makes any sense. So I get more confident in just improvising them at the wedding, you know? King Skylab, welcome in. Thanks for flying in from Texas. Appreciate that, and hope you have a good time with us today. How is it going? And you said it, Cosmic. Hired is good. Yes. These days, I'm really trying to get together a few commissions and, you know, playing at weddings like this, because it will help me as long as the stream is not self-sufficient, which is not the case at the moment, right? I am also reliant, or I have to rely on these kind of commissions, you know, to get through the year. So I'm quite happy that happened. And there's another wedding in July as well. So that's pretty good for my first year, to be honest. Since I was kind of thrown into that whole business, I guess. And I'm very fortunate and very privileged that I have so many people who already knew me from before and were helping me out to get the right connections, you know, to that were recommending me to friends, etc., and family. So yeah, that's a pretty neat thing. There we go. Not used to playing that key at all. And, well, that was Someone You Loved by Lewis Capaldi. A little bit more practicey than usual while I'm doing my warm-up, but I hope you don't mind. Azure Paddle, thank you so much for the kind follow. Welcome in the living room. Have a seat, have a drink, and have a cozy time with us. Is there a link for that on your Wonderlink? For the wedding part, you mean? There isn't. Because that is a very local thing, right? I can't just drive to Spain for a wedding or something. So right now on Ko-fi, there's a few offers like commissions for piano improvisations, or me commissioning, or you commissioning a piece that I compose for various instruments and record, for things like soundtracks, or in case you need like a little something for your YouTube, you know, something like that. So for stuff like that, or piano or music theory lessons and such, you can hire me. However, mostly because I'm able to do that online, you know. I don't have to be wherever the person commissioning something is. So yeah, and for that, that's Ko-fi. Cosmic's also here for 4 years now. Crazy. King Skylab for almost 3. These are just numbers that I still can't comprehend. We're streaming for 5 years now. That's so, like, weird to let that sink in, you know what I mean? Well, but here we are. And hopefully we'll make it into year 6. 7 and 8 as well, right? Well, yes, they could Cosmic, but I feel like at a wedding you don't want like a screen hanging somewhere, you know, just for the atmosphere. I think it's what people specifically want is not someone specific playing something specific, but rather, you know, that atmosphere of having a live pianist in the background, or a band for that matter. Hey, Xanab. But I appreciate you trying to find new spots for me, you know, to spread my music. I appreciate that. Appreciate the sentiment. All right. Our next piece is called Nuvole Bianche. It is another piece by neoclassical Italian composer Ludovico Einaudi. We played Monday already, since that is traditionally the first piece that we play every Monday to start the week. And since I saw Giver slip into chat earlier, I thought, you know, Giver was, or used to hang out here all the time some years back, and was always requesting this piece. So I think the reason why I'm able to play this as fluently as I am now is partly because of you, Giver. So I hope you enjoy this. Thanks for still being here. Tom. Good to see you. And that one was called Nuvole Bianche, White Clouds. Taking you a bit above ground, away from the dreads of everyday life that start to haunt us again on this very Monday. Oh well. Thank you so much for all the claps in chat though. Much appreciated, of course, as always. And Tom, thank you so much for your interest in more iNowdy. We'll open up the queue shortly. Right now I'm playing through a curated song of lists, a list of songs that I put together myself. At the beginning of the streams there's 3 songs left, and after that we'll go into requests. So feel free to post the request then later. We have 3 pieces left, as I mentioned. Idea number 10 by Gibran Alcocer. Then we have Firestone by Kygo or Kygo. And then Dancing in the Moonlight by King Harvest. All 3 of those are on the set list for the wedding as well, so it's going to be good to have those a bit in my active repertoire these days. Thank you so much for the claps, Makara. And welcome in. Welcome in. Whoop. And that was a piece by Gibran Alcocer called Idea Number 10. Not very imaginative when it comes to naming his pieces. And hey, Piano NJ, thank you so much for the raid. It is so nice to meet you as well. Thanks so much for playing earlier. Folks, Piano NJ, wonderful streamer. Thank you so much for the raid. I just discovered her earlier. She's a pianist as well. Speaks multiple languages as well, so that's definitely something that kept me here. Yeah, and also doing piano streams, so please do check her out. And welcome in all you raiders who came with Piano NJ. My name is Amadeus, and I do play the piano from my living room for you today on Mondays. We also do music streams on Wednesdays and Fridays with singing, rapping, looping, and other stuff as well. So you get a diverse week with us. And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we do co-working streams. So thank you so much for checking out the living room. Thanks for being here. And NJ, if there's anything I can play for you as a thank you for the raid, please do not hesitate. Check out the song list. Take your time. There's a lot of songs in there. And feel free to request something. Cool Lana, I guess just Lana probably, and Catalan Revenge. Thank you both for the follows. Very kind of you. Need to go, but you can play some Yoruma. All right, perfect. I'm practicing at the moment for a wedding I'm playing at, and Yoruma is also on their set list, so perfect. Love your accent. Oh, thanks. Not a lot of people hear that I have an accent, actually. So welcome in. And yes, I was Catalan. You said you were in NJ's stream earlier. Yes, I was. When I was preparing for my own stream, I saw her pop up on my recommended, so I thought, ooh, another piano stream, let's go there. Welcome in, Mr. Axe as well. Sydney, Broken Symmetry, so good to see you guys. All right, in that case, let me add some Yoruma. And you know what? We're not going to play what you usually think when talking about Yoruma. I'm playing a piece called Reminiscent. This is a piece that I learned, by now like 13 years ago for the first time, I think. And I am still in love with playing it. I can never like play it without mistakes, just to warn you, but I don't know what it is about this piece that's so fun to play, you know? So yeah. And Sydney, thanks for the lyric. I do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the music you're hearing. Greetings, Lord Brazel. All right, let's do this. afraid we played this one into a ad break. I'm so sorry. I hope most of you were able to still hear the biggest portion of the piece. Let me see. Damn. Well, let's hang in there for a second until people are back. But to those of you who remain, thank you already for the kind claps and listening. Just spent most of the last 8 hours with Broken Symmetry in another stream. Oh, that's lovely. It's so fun to see when people end up meeting again, right, on Twitch. This has happened multiple times with me and my mom, actually, which is so funny, since she ended up on Twitch because of me, apparently, right? And then because of us raiding other streams, she also discovered other musicians, and by now she's also on Twitch when I'm not, you know? Like, she occasionally, when I'm not live, listens to like Gary, for example, or Vivi, some other folks that we raided already. And occasionally I just turn on the PC on a weekend, go into a stream from, for example, Gary or Vivi, and just say hi in that stream, and then all of a sudden my mom is responding to me like, oh, hey there. Fancy seeing you here. So, you know, I'm not even safe from my parents on Twitch, you know. I'm strongly supervised. Oh, but all kidding aside, it's amazing that my mom is on here. And, you know, does not only support me, which is lovely already, but also takes the time, you know, to support other musicians on here as well. West Cafe, thank you so much. Speaking of supporting streams on here, thanks for your follow. Welcome in. And Piano NJ, you're very welcome. I'm glad you heard that. And again, sorry for everyone who just came back from an ad break. We do those every hour to keep the stream accessible to others, right? Since it disables pre-roll ads for the next hour for everyone. So thanks for taking one for the team. I know how annoying it can be, believe me. But we do try not to, you know, do anything or play anything during those ad breaks that you're gonna miss out on. Wenn meine Mama sich bei Twitch anmeldet, bin ich im Arsch. Simple says, like, well, if my mom comes on Twitch, I'm fucked. Well, it certainly adds another level on things. Sometimes I forget that, and I wonder if my mom and me have a bit of a more, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we didn't have a sincere relationship before, right? But you know how it is. You just behave different in front of different groups of friends and people, right? That's just normal. And I wonder if, since my mom sees like a different side of me now on Twitch as well, if that has led to us having like a more sincere relationship, like, or like added to our relationship because of that. Who knows? I am Cosmic, believe me, I know I am. Alright, since everyone's back now, thanks for your patience again. We'll continue with some music. We have 2 more songs in the song list. I think I will delete one actually, so let's just do one. Let's do Firestone by Kygo. And in the meantime, you guys are now allowed to request some songs. The song list is now open. For those of you who don't know what that means, in case you are a follower on here, you don't have to be a subscriber or anything, right? All that stuff is optional, and I'm happy about every kind of support, of course. But requests for everyone. This is our song list. You click on that link, you can connect it with your Twitch, or you just use the chat commands !SR. You see multiple people doing that in chat already, so you have someone to, you know, go after. And yeah, in total we'll allow 8 requests, which will appear on our queue here. And in the next hour or 2, I'm gonna play your requests. So yeah, please let me know what you would like to hear. Just know that today is piano day, so we are doing piano only music, which means if you request something like I Love You, which by Woodkid, which I usually would also sing. Today I'm doing a piano cover of that, and in case you request something that's just not possible to play with the piano, I'll let you know and we can exchange that request of yours. And King Scallop says it's a request from a boyfriend. All right, I'll let him know when we play it. All right, so let's play Kubo first. A last request or a last song that I chose, and then after that, let's get into requests. Thank you so much for your interest in my music. Thanks for letting me know what I should play in the next hour or two for you. And I hope you enjoy the music, especially if you're lurking. So shout out to all the people in the back of the living room, just hanging on a couch, you know, chilling, relaxing, and listening. Thanks for being here. That was Kygo or Kygo. Again, I still don't know how to pronounce the guy's name. With Firestone. Alrighty, tiny. Which means we are done with warming up on this fine Monday, and we are now going into requests. Thank you so much for already providing us with a multitude of requests. Thank you so much for all the kind claps in chat. Thanks for listening. Thanks for the lyric, Tom. Kigo is correct. All right. Thanks, King Skylab. I appreciate that. Raven Foxy, welcome in chat. All right. Azur, hey, welcome in chat. Thanks for saying hi. It says, forgive me if it has already been said. Do you have a regular schedule in which you stream? Yes, Azur. I can give you the schedule with the command here. I think it should be the current schedule. Yes. So I just have to add one thing. This is not exactly correct. So we do stream music on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Mondays is piano only. Wednesdays is a mixed bag of music because I also usually loop and sing and rap and stuff like that. And on Fridays we do a lot of like ambient stuff, electronic music, chill, techno, I don't know what you want to call it. And then additionally on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we do co-working streams. So we are here 5 days a week for you. All right, let's get into requests then. Thank you so much for providing me with a list. You can see that one here, by the way. You can also, I think at least subs can also use the overlay to get the song list in and out and stuff like that. I don't know which of those commands are still active. You'd have to try out actually. Subs also should be able actually to change the camera while I'm playing. But again, I don't know if that is still active, so take it with a grain of salt, right? Azur, thank you so much for the kind sub as well. Every little bit helps here. I'm doing this full time as a musician, so thank you so much. It helps pay my rent, basically, and get through the years, so thank you so much for that. Can I take it with a grain of sugar too? Dex, you're a sweet guy already, so maybe you should go a little bit easy on the sugar, you know? Go easy on the sugar. Good to see you though, Dex. All right, our first request goes to, well, King Skylab's boyfriend, who's listening at the moment. Lovely to send a little musical hello over there, or well, not only a musical hello, but a musical I love you. This is I Love You by Woodkid. So that was a request by King Skylab and a musical greeting to their boyfriend. Thank you so much for that request. Thanks for kicking off the list of requests today as well. And of course, thanks for listening to both of you. Oh wow, we also have a hype train going after that song. Thank you so much for that. How did that happen? We had Marlis also resubscribing in the second month now. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for enjoying my music for another month. And thanks Dex for 100 bits and Azure Paddle for 111. I appreciate all of your support. Thank you so much. All right, let's keep it going while we're at it, shall we? The next song request comes from Raven Fox. This is Fly Me to the Moon. What a classic. Thank you so much for that request. Fly Me to the Moon for Raven Fox. And thank you so much again, Azure Paddle, for another 111 bits. I do appreciate that. And I'm glad you enjoy what you're hearing. Thank you so much. Miss My Person used to sing it around the house. Oh no. Well, what does it mean? Oh no. But in the end, it's a lovely memory, isn't it? As well, so yeah. That is a really big coffee mug. It is tea, luckily. I don't drink coffee out of this. It's just a big, look at it. It's like the size of my head. But yeah, Raven Fox, I hope it also brought back some nice memories. It's been on my mind a lot lately, says Raven Fox. Thank you so much. Of course, of course. Well, some people are always with us, right? And it sounds like one of those. Makara, thanks for being here. Still being here. Let me go through chat real quick. Thanks Marlis for the kind words earlier, and good afternoon to you. Hope you enjoy your shout out, by the way. For those of you who don't know, we are at the start of a new month, and we have a channel point currency that is running while you don't see it. Not the ones from Twitch, but some that we call peanuts that are left by Steinway all over the living room. You are collecting those by just watching. You get a few more for each minute if you're active in chat every now and then, and you get also some more if you play some games in chat. We have some trivia games, some gambling. Luckily, all it does is that the 3 people with the most peanuts at the end of the month, since it's kind of a sign of people being active, people being involved in the community, or at least watching a lot, right? Those people get a specific shout out each time, automatically each time they enter chat, kind of adding to the living room lore. So yeah. And yeah, I remember you requesting Interstellar, I think first time you were here, Marlis, so I thought that would be a nice touch. Glad you like it. Was the 4th with you? Asks Raven. Indeed it was. I celebrated by watching Tales of the Underworld, the new animated short series with 6 episodes that they released on May the 4th. And after that, I still had some time left before I had to go to bed, so I continued with watching the whole Kenobi series again, which, by the way, if you watch it in a whole, I liked it much more than when I was watching it episode-wise. And because then I was like reminded of the whole dynamic between Obi-Wan and Anakin, I was also watching like at least half of episode 3 as well after that. So basically I spent the whole evening, like for 5 or 6 hours, just watching Star Wars. So the 4th was with me, and I hope it was also with you. Did any of you kind of celebrate yesterday, or like, well, not celebrate maybe, but same as me, using the occasion to kind of get into their interest? And thanks for the hydrate, Pink Pony. Always keeping an eye out on my hydration levels. I appreciate that. Cheers. All right, let's continue with Makara's request. This one is Hello by Adele. In which key did I play this? Give me 1 second, guys. All right, I think I got it. Hello by Adele. Thank you so much for that request. A lovely song that I really enjoy playing on the piano. Thank you, Makara. Ba-da-dum bum bum bum. Welcome in Aurora, another person sick. We have another one down. Oh no. I'm so sorry to hear that, Aurora. But by now we have a whole corner of sick people just trying to get better in the living room. I'm so sorry to hear that, and I hope you feel better soon. But as I say, perfect time to get a tea, another book, and read. Oh, that sounds lovely. Make the best out of it. I like your attitude. Oh, Cosmic, that is an interesting thing to share. Mark Hamill has the same birthday as the mainstream I follow, and they are friends. Interesting. And Raven said, I worked but saw the wedding episode of Big Bang Theory at lunch. It has a guest appearance by Mark Hamill. All right, I was sadly never a big fan of Big Bang Theory, so I guess I'm maybe watching the clip on YouTube or something. Because Hamill is just so, he seems like such a laid back guy every time he appears somewhere. I really enjoy watching him. And Cosmic at least sends forth gifts to all their friends. Nice. All right. Something that, well, especially people feeling under the weather at the moment don't really feel like doing is flying, right? Not that any of you can fly in the first place, I guess. But anyways, this one is called Fly, and maybe at least gives you hypothetical wings, you know? Whatever I say gets worse and worse, I feel like. Oh, all right. Ooh, Aurora, that's a nice goal. That's a nice goal. I did something similar during COVID. So good luck. Good luck with it. Not a bad thing to try to read more, whether you make it or not, right? Tom, that was your request. Fly by Einaudi. And now we come to Azure Pedal's first request on the stream. This is Creep by Radiohead. And that was our piano version of Creep by Radiohead. Azure Pedal, that was your first request, and I hope it won't stay the last one in our stream. Thank you so much for choosing to hang out with us today, and thanks for another 111 bits. You're very generous today. Thank you so much. We are now doing a 360 because our next request is some classical music, actually. It is the Piano Sonata number 16 in C major. People who have been playing this song before or play the piano, play the classical piano, have probably played this because it feels like the Wonderwall of classical music, right? So like everyone is just playing this at some point, like for release basically. I haven't played it in a long time, so let's see how it goes. I think the first time I learned this was, I can probably still tell because my piano teacher used to write the date we started a piece into the sheet music, but that would have probably been around 2009, 8 or 9. Oh god, that sounds so long ago. So long ago. But well, here's a bit of nostalgia for me. Maybe something you haven't heard before for you. Why is it so difficult for me to do this? Like, this jump here is like impossible. And then I jump here wrongly again. It's so weird. Well, more or less. More or less. I think this song was also played through an ad break, so thank you so much for your patience. I couldn't, like normally, like when I play longer pieces like that, I don't have the time in my head for the ad break, so I'm really sorry if you missed some of that. This was all three movements of the Sonata in C, KV 545 by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and this was played for Cosmic. Thank you, I done goofed. Welcome in, Goofed. Good to see you. And Mary, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for the lurk. I hope you're productive while you're listening. All right, we have 2 more songs in the song list, and we are in our second hour of requests. That means, in case you want to request something, please do that now. We'll play the Interstellar theme and let her go. Then I'll go into a short break, get some more tea, get some more water, quickly get some fresh air and let some fresh air in here, because especially in summer, this studio of mine here gets quite cozy in all the good and bad ways. So to speak more bluntly, I'm sweating like a pig if I don't open the window from time to time. And then whatever requests you bring after that, we'll continue with that. In case you don't have any, that is fine as well. I'm sure I'll find something I want to play and you guys will enjoy listening to. all-time classic. This was the Interstellar theme that we will play now every time Marlis comes in. Thanks so much for joining us today, Marlis. And another person I'm very thankful for is Rob raiding in here. Thank you so much, Rob. I was finally able to check your stream out before I was going live myself. So I finally heard your grand piano, and I'm playing a little bit. Thank you so much for that. Lovely atmosphere over there. And yeah, folks, please check out Rob. He's playing the piano as well. Today he was playing on a grand piano as well. So something unique because, I mean, who has a grand piano standing around? But occasionally, as far as I understood, also playing on a smaller piano / keyboard, right? So yeah, I hope you had a great time after I left and before I joined as well. And welcoming everyone else who joined us with Rob. In case you don't know me, my name is Amadeus. I do play the piano for you today on Mondays. On Wednesdays and Fridays we do other stuff also musically. That includes also looping and orchestral stuff and electronic stuff. And yeah, this is my living room. Have a seat, enjoy your time with us, and yeah, thanks for being here. Rob, is there anything I can play for you? If so, please let me know. You know how it goes, you know where the song list is, and yeah, I'd love to say thanks for the raid. Horse Mouse, welcome in chat. Matt Hatton, good to see you. OXD is in there. Again, thanks for the sub earlier, OXD as well. Much appreciated. Jantha, welcome in. Reminds me of Janthia Wilds. And Sister Good Game, welcome in chat as well. So as not to let you sit around here in silence, let's play something while Rob is looking for a song, shall we? Again, today, on Mondays, we have piano days. I try to separate my content a bit over the course of the whole week. Mondays, we do piano only. Tuesdays and Thursdays is co-working at the moment with some of my music playing in the background. Then Wednesdays, we do mixed music with singing, rapping, looping as well. And on Fridays, we concentrate on ambient loops, electronic stuff, or like chill hop, you know, things like that. Rob, you kind soul, thanks for throwing gift subs around. Thank you so much for that. You've done more than enough already with writing in here. Thanks for a gift sub to Mad Hatton and another one to Horse. That's very kind of you. All right, our next request was sent in from Auroria, so this will be our song before Rob finds something on the song list. Again, guys, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope you enjoy the music. that was your request. An Elephant's Tears, an original I wrote some years back. So thanks. I know you really seem to enjoy this piece since you, I think, most of the times requested, right? When you come in here or when you raid. So yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks. Horace, thank you for the kind words. Sister, thanks for the claps. OXD, same to you. Zora, thanks for the kind words. I don't know who requested the poetry impro earlier. I think it was Marlis. Just one quick comment to that, Marlis. I deleted it out of the song list not because I don't like you, but because a poetry impro means usually I take an impro, a poem you give me, and I kind of try to make it a song. So since we don't sing today and we just play the piano, that's probably going to be difficult to do. So yeah, I hope you understand. But if there's anything else I can play for you, feel free to throw another one in. And if you can't for some reason, because sometimes there's an issues with the song list, if you request more than one song or something like that, you shouldn't have an issue with that. But if you do, let my mods know and they will add your request nonetheless. I think my most request is Lord of the Rings. All right. Fair enough. Wanted to hear any German song. I like the language. I see, Marlis. Well, in that case, I would recommend you request that on Wednesdays, because Wednesdays I also sing, right? And I do all kinds of requests, so you could request a German song then. We have a lot of them on the song list as well. All right, folks, I'm taking a short break here because I need to get to the toilet, and I also need to get some more tea so I can go to the toilet again in an hour. It's a never-ending cycle. Sisyphus work. Anyways, I hope you have a good time during the break as well. No worries, there will be some music playing from my albums Apart, Away, and then at the start of this year in January we released Adrift, the third and final installment in this trilogy of albums with piano improvisations. 2 of the songs from that album are on the song list already, in case you want to hear them live. Careful Steps and Discovery. The other ones we are in the process of writing down during co-working streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays at the moment, which means somewhere down the line the whole album will be available in case you want to learn it as well. So yeah, I hope you enjoy the music. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thanks for filling the living room with cozy vibes. Thank you, Taka, for modding for us today. You're a huge help, you know that, as always. And we'll see each other after a short break. Thanks for understanding, and see you in a bit. There we go. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience during my break. We are now back for another 1.5 hours of piano music for your ears, and I hope you enjoy what you're hearing. Sister Girl Game, thank you so much for deciding to also leave a follow, maybe come back sometime. I appreciate that. Lovely to have you with us. Since there were no requests at the moment, I added 3 myself. Again, pieces that are on the song list to my or to the wedding I was hired for. So something I do need to practice. The song list, though, is still open, so if you like to request something nonetheless, feel free to add it to the list. So that was one of the pieces I have to practice for the wedding. This was I'm Yours with Jason Mraz. Thanks for the kind claps, ATC Fox. Thanks for still being here. You were here right at the start of the stream. Still going strong. And sister, thanks as well for the kind claps. Alright. In the meantime, we had one more request, so if you request something, I'll just bump it up a bit and throw it or sprinkle it in between the things I need to practice myself. OXD did so we'll play his request next, or their request next. This is In the End by Linkin Park. And Alanio, welcome in chat. Thanks so much for saying hi. How are you doing today? Well, let me do something we haven't done in a while. If this is butchering your song or your request, OXD, let me know, and I'll play the regular version. I don't know when we started doing this, but a while ago I think I had the idea of mashing up those two together, and it just fits so well. I really, really enjoy this mashup. So I hope you don't mind me doing this to your request, OXD, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hey, thanks, Azure Paddle. Glad you liked it. ETC Fox, thanks for the clap, sister. Rob, of course, thank you again so much. And Alania says, how did your stream? I guess that means stream even got better? I don't know when you have been here the last time, but thanks for saying that. I steadily try to improve the stream in every aspect. So some things change a bit faster and some do change a bit slower, but we do change a few things here and there. It's good to have you back. All right, before there's another request from you folks, let's play Una Mattina. This is another piece by Ludovico Einaudi that most of you probably know, and that also was requested for the wedding that I'm playing at the end of the month. So I hope you enjoy this. There's always space for a little bit of Einaudi. Hey OXD, glad you liked it. So that was Una Mattina by Ludovico Einaudi, a contemporary Italian composer. Alright, let's move on with some more music that I need to practice. The next one is something that, at least if Chris is watching, I'm terribly sorry about this. Chris hates Ed Sheeran. But here we go. This got requested as well, so I need to practice it. This is Perfect by Ed Sheeran. So that was Perfect by Ed Sheeran. Whether you like the song or not, talking about the original here, I think it makes a lovely piano cover. Kripke, welcome in chat. And ETC Fox says, love that you have Inodi on your list. A lot, actually. Have you ever heard the Wind song? I'm not entirely sure. I assume that's a... Oh yeah, it's Inodi as well. I think this one I haven't played yet. But you know what? Let's make this a first, shall we? Let's see, maybe I do have it on my song list and I just forgot. Nope, it's not in there. All right, let's add it. Ludovico Einaudi. All right, it is in there. ETC Fox, you could, or you should be able to request it now. Damn, I thought I would find the sheet music. Oh, I got it. All right, we got it. Here we go. Let's see. So, please bear in mind, this is a live learn, so I play this for the first time using sheet music. Oh, wait. Wrong. Let's start over. we go. This was The Wind Song by Ludovico Einaudi, another addition to the song list as well. So thanks for the request. Thanks for the suggestion, I guess. You got a free life there. There we go. But Ludovico Einaudi is just lovely to play, and most of the time it's quite easy to side read compared to my music, by the way. That, when I wrote it down, is a bitch to side read sometimes. But well, what can you do? And I'm glad you enjoyed it, etc. Thank you so much for the 200 bits as well. You know, it helps out so much at the moment. And N, welcome in chat. Thank you so much for the claps. All right, lovely. Let's see how we can continue next. Songs is empty. We've got about an hour left here. So, let's see. Let's choose a few things myself. You're welcome, ETC Fox. You're so welcome. Ra-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. Let's do some more Gibran Alcocer with idea number 22. Another piece. We played idea number 10 earlier. Here we go. Respect the beard game. Thank you. And with this piece, Numb by Linkin Park, we head into our last hour of the stream. Welcome back everyone who endured the ad break, and thank you again for taking one for the team, since it helps keep the stream ad-free for everyone else in the next hour. Horace, thanks so much for the follow. Always lovely to see people hang out with us first for a while and then follow. I always feel like that's a bit more, there's a bit more intention to come back and to consciously, you know, be like, hey, that's someone I want to follow. I appreciate that. Good to have you with us in the living room. Finally got your own couch here with us. And Whoopi, guten Abend. Schön, dass du da bist. In this last hour here in the living room, as always, we get a bit more free again, right? This has been 3 hours of streaming and playing the piano for you, and especially lately, since I am taking more caution to not talk too much, right? Especially on Mondays, so lurkers can enjoy the stream as well, with the occasional bit of radio chatter in between, basically. Especially nowadays, it is important to me that in this last hour we, you know, do things a bit more freely, which means I have closed the song list. We did 2 hours of requests today. Thank you so much for your ideas, your suggestions. And if you couldn't get something in today, feel free to come back on Wednesday when we also sing and rap. But of course, you can also request piano pieces there, or on Friday for some ambient vibes. In case, though, like for example, ETC Fox earlier suggested some Inaudi, that's what I mean with a bit more open. If you want to hop into chat, have a chat with us, suggest something, or ask me about an artist that you enjoy or that you recently discovered, you know, we can see, who knows, maybe there's something on there or without that I already know, that I would enjoy playing, you know. So yeah, requests kind of become suggestions in this last hour, let's put it like that. Nonetheless, I'm very grateful for each of you who stayed here and who decided to chill with us today. So thanks for being here, thanks for being you, and let's continue with some more music. This next one is titled something that I hope none of you have today, and that is Lonely Day by System of a Down. After that, I don't update the song list too much anymore because I kind of go from one piece to the next with a little bit of chatting in between. If that wasn't the perfect timing for a raid right after at the end of a piece. Gary, so lovely to see you. Thank you so much for raiding in. I think I haven't seen you in ages. My mom has though, probably. so nice to see you. My records never work on mobile. No worries, Chris. It's good to have you. And oh my god, yet another double raid. Holy shit. We're getting crowded in here now. Revenge of the Fifth, indeed. Your mom is so lovely. I think so too. Thanks. Welcome in, Gary. Welcome in, Blind Busker. All of you, welcome in the living room. This is my humble abode. Please find a comfy seat on the couch and hang with us today. We are here today for some piano music and we still have a full hour to go. So please have a seat and enjoy the show. Gary and Blind Busker are both amazing musicians. Please do check them out. And show them some love, you know, support some musicians that definitely deserve some love and that oftentimes are, you know, struggling to make meets end as an artist. So feel free to hop over there. And Gary and Blind Busker, in case you still have some time to hang out, please feel free to request something from the list. Just write in chat. And I'll put, my mods will put it on the song list since requests are closed at the moment. We usually do 4 hours of streaming here, folks, in case you haven't been here before. Mondays we do piano music. Wednesdays is mixed music, so I also rap, sing, and loop. And on Fridays, the looper is in the center of the stream as we do ambient loops, electronic music, you know, chill hop, stuff like that. All right, happy for you to play whatever you like. Thank you. All right, you know what? Since I had someone say Revenge of the Fifth, I'm a huge Star Wars fan myself, so let's do a Star Wars piano medley. What do you think, folks? Also, Grammy and Mr. Lund, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. Floppy Head Boy, welcome in chat. Surely Boom, so many people. Oh my god, this was a huge and a loud raid as well. Bicho Franco, thank you so much for being here. Who else? Oh my god, so many people. Scorpion Red Tooth. Luke. Hey. Welcome in, folks. Happily take Star Wars as my request. All right, let's do it. And thanks, Mom, for gifting a sub to Gary. Oh, I love when that happens. And another one to Blind Busker. I am blessed. Thank you so much. And Silly Ginny, welcome in. Thanks for being silly with us today. Same goes to Danny. Oh my god, so many people joining right now. Thank you, folks. Thank you. I hope you enjoy this piano medley with different things from Star Wars. Feel free to let us know if you're a Star Wars fan, if you recognize where it's from in chat, and we'll just make it one huge medley. What do you think? I hope you enjoy. And I hope you, maybe if you don't know all the Star Wars music, get to know some of the more lesser known melodies and themes here that are also lovely to listen to. And that concludes our Star Wars medley, consisting of different themes composed for the whole franchise. So there was, of course, some original tunes in there composed by John Williams. The latest one he did was the Kenobi theme, right? But also some music from Kevin Kinnard, like the Clone Wars theme. And of course, some Ludwig Göransson with the Boba Fett theme and the Mandalorian theme. Thank you so much, Floppy Hat Boy, for the follow a bit earlier. Appreciate that. Welcome in. I like the Kenobi theme too. I just rewatched the whole show in one go yesterday to celebrate Star Wars Day, May the 4th, right? And I have to say, seen as a whole movie, I really liked it, and I really liked the atmosphere and the soundtrack more than I did the first time I watched it, which is interesting. But I think I've become much more forgiving, so to speak, when it comes to a lot of things I do consume, right? It's a bit less like complaining about it or criticizing it. I just try to see what I enjoy about it and enjoy it, and if I don't, I just don't, you know. Which is also easier said than done sometimes, of course. But yeah, I think the first time I watched Kenobi, I had huge expectations of the show, right? And if I have expectations, huge expectations to a show like that, I feel like what I'm doing, obviously, is I think of how would I do it, ideally, right? And or more or less in a general way, right? I'm not saying I could do it better if I had the equipment and the people, etc., right? That's not what I'm saying. But there is a certain arrogance to it, I think, because in the end, even big shows like that, of course, they are influenced by corporate management and all these decisions that are made based on how much money it will result in, right? But in the end, after you look past that, there's still people who try to do creative work, right? And sometimes you don't like their decisions. As a diehard fan, it can annoy you if something becomes canon that you don't like, just because someone made that creative decision. But in the end, it's just that, you know? It's just creative people doing creative work, and they are entitled to do whatever they want. And you're entitled to like it or not, but, you know, just leave it be if you don't. And again, like, I feel like just because I have that different attitude, now watching Kenobi, I focused more on what I liked about the show than on what I didn't like, right? So what, there's a stupid scene where 3 adults try to catch a 4-year-old in the forest, and it's completely stupidly made and arranged, you know, set-wise. But so what? That's like 2 minutes. The point that needs to get across is, right, something happens for the plot, and if you break it down to that, I think there was like so much good in that show, especially with Ewan McGregor in the role. I really enjoyed it. Love that attitude. Well, I love it too, Gary. The thing is, sometimes it's still difficult, right? Sometimes you go into that old habit of criticizing something, especially as a creative person, right? Because your mind is always racing about what you could do better about things you do and what you can learn from other things. I think you need to be open to criticize things and to be criticized as an artist in general, I guess. But again, you can try it, you know? It's just all a vibe. Yeah, music is subjective, music is love, love is positive. I love that, yeah. And you can say that about art in general, right? Art is just people expressing themselves and other people enjoying their content. That's it. Oh yeah, Gary, look forward to Endo. I'm in the 2nd season now. I loved the first, and I love the 2nd as well. There is also so much good stuff in there. Enjoy. Stim, by the way, welcome in chat. Thank you so much for the kind words. I'm glad you enjoy what you heard so far. Thanks, Chris, for the claps, and Gary for the kind words earlier. And Stim, bienvenue. Bienvenue de Allemagne. Allemagne? I think so. Emma, welcome in chat. Oh God, so many people have been joining earlier. I'm sorry if I didn't welcome in everyone, but it was just a bit too much with 2 rates. Chris says, I do like to criticize, to be honest, but I like to enjoy more. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the thing. Criticizing is, in the end, just thinking about something, right? Thinking about what you could do better, how something would play out differently, etc. And that is completely fine. I think it's the way we criticize things. You know, if you sit down and be like, okay, hey folks, I do enjoy Star Wars content, I'm making a video about it, or I'm talking about it with some friends, right? The setting is one thing. And then you go like, oh, I didn't like Endor, or whatever, you know? And you criticize what you don't like about it. What you're trying to do, right, is have a conversation about that in the end. I think the where it gets problematic is when you criticize just for criticism. If you criticize out of your own ego, basically, because you saw something, you didn't like it, you wish they would have done a better job at entertaining you or doing what you liked, or maybe even what a majority of the fan base liked or whatever, and then you are bashing someone else's creative work just out of that feeling of being basically like, I don't know, being betrayed by your favorite franchise or whatever, you know. I think that's where it gets kind of like unhealthy, you know what I mean? I think it should serve a purpose, and these days on the internet especially, because criticism always attracts more interest, I guess, than just praise, you know? A lot of people just criticize because, and I don't like that attitude at all. Coming from someone, by the way, always criticizing fucking capitalism on stream. Oh, right, we're talking mostly about criticizing creative work. I don't think capitalism can be seen as creative work that well. It's like those clickbait articles that say everyone's saying the same thing about the new Star Wars TV show and it gathers all the critics. Yeah, exactly. You have to think, like, criticism always serves a purpose, ideally, right? And if it seemingly doesn't serve any purpose, it probably serves the purpose of making money, attracting views, or creating interactions, you know? Always ask yourself, what does something want to do? Do I read an article because it wants to criticize a show and give you a good idea about if you like the show or not? Or is the article just there to proliferate themselves and be like, oh, we're so smart, we know how we could do it better. Oh, the Star Wars show is so bad, you know? Like, fuck that. Why would you read it? What does it give you to read that kind of criticism from someone else? It just spreads like negativity. You can watch it and then, you know, make your own opinion of it and leave it be, or watch it and enjoy it. And you can also, again, like, watch some reviews because you want to know, like, is it worth for me getting into this? You know, it's 2.5 hours of my life with a movie. Fair enough. But again, like, just criticism because you criticize something, because it generates people, like, even if it's just some controversial opinion that's not really your opinion, you go out and be like, Andor is the worst show ever, and then of course, because a majority of the fan base agrees at the moment that this is a great show, people just go against it again, you know? And it just creates more tension, because with tension and with people being annoyed and people being angry and people without reflecting just commenting on everything is what these algorithms and what these content creators thrive on. And I think that is behavior in general. Of course, that's inherent to all of us, but if we could try to control it a bit more, it would be the better way to go. And instead, we're kind of like fueling that at the moment. And I don't know, I sometimes ask myself what that does to people in the long run, you know? Me included, by the way. Anyways, why are we talking like random stuff again? I'm sorry, you know, that happens as well on stream for those of you who are here for the first time. I do try these days to just play the music, you know, and keep the talking to the co-working streams, but still, sometimes, you know, I can't help it. Sometimes I can't help it. Criticism can be good, says Floppy. Thanks for contributing to the discussion. What matters is what you do with it, yeah. You're entitled to your opinion and constructive criticism, of course, but I personally don't like to spread negativity. Fair enough, I totally agree with you personally. But if it's harmful to people, then that's another conversation. Yeah, I mean, right, we have to differentiate. I'm mostly talking about people just, you know, mostly content creators, I guess, going on the internet and using criticism, using negativity, using people being emotional about something to create more engagement and more, you know, talk about it just because they make money with it, you know, they profit from it. But of course, like criticizing a good friend in the right way, criticizing someone's creative work in the right way if they ask for it, or if you feel like you can contribute to helping them make it better, you know. But that's the thing, as you say, always think about like, what is the criticism for? Is there a need for criticism at the moment? Does it help anyone? Is there a reason for it to be there, you know? It's not like, I feel like a lot of people these days are just criticizing because that's what you do, you know? Like, no, no. What does it help you if you flame in an online comment about your favorite show or one of the Star Wars shows, for example, not being the way you wanted to? What does it do? Does it help you in your life? No. Does it help anyone else? No. The showrunners certainly are not looking at that one Reddit comment, go like, this person who just spent two sentences hating my show must be right. I will change everything next time, you know? What do you think is gonna happen? You just find other people clicking on like because they hate the show as well, and then you go on about your life. Great. Talking about random things is quite normal here, indeed. Will be indeed. What can I say? But yeah, again, Floppy, I do agree that on the other hand, it's not like you're not allowed to criticize anything, and every time you criticize something, it means you're harming or hurting the other person you're criticizing or the work you're criticizing, right? Again, it's not all black and white. There's layers. Depends on how you do it, with whom you do it, who you are in that situation, so many things. It's not as easy as saying like, people reacting badly to criticism are always just like hurt and they can't handle the criticism, you know, like, yeah. Anyways. You like it somehow, Whoopi? Yeah, I guess the people staying over time are the ones who are cool with all the talking and the music, I guess. Oh. Alright, 30 minutes left, folks. What do we do? How do we continue? Maybe some original music? Again, we did start writing down the stuff. That's what we do during co-working streams at the moment, writing down my music. Because my music on my albums is improvised always, so far, not composed. And now I'm trying to relearn my own stuff, right? So maybe we can try Start Flying. Oh no, Careful Steps, sorry. Start Flying is the latest one. I've finished that one. That is Discovery. Did we played that one before? There we go. I'm so confused right now with my sheet music. And you know what? We played Discovery before at the beginning of the stream, but you know what? I need to practice my music, so let's play both. Let's play the first two pieces on my latest album, Adrift. This is... first, we'll play Careful Steps, which is the second piece, and then we'll play the first piece, Discovery. Yeah, and yeah, feel free to, feel free to criticize, feel free to let me know what you think. And yeah, thanks for your interest in my music, Floppy. And thanks, Taka, for providing the links. So those were two of my originals, taken from my latest album Adrift, which is out on every major platform. You know it. Blah, 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 blah. You can also find it on BANDCAMP if you want to get some high quality audio files and you want to support the stream a bit. That's one way to do so. And if you're interested in general in my improvisations, we also have a Ko-fi tier. Ko-fi being a platform where you also can support the stream monthly. We have different tiers. One of them is enabling you to join our Discord in a specific room where I share one piano improvisation each month for you guys. Don't have any musical knowledge, just here for the vibes. New music speaks to me, it's good. Emotional even. I like that. That's all that music needs to do, right? Connect with someone who's feeling something listening to it. And I'm glad you do. That's why I love improvising, you know, Floppy Hat. I'm similar. I do enjoy thinking about music theory from time to time and all the implications, right? But when I play music or when I compose, it's not about the theory. That's just like in the back of my mind, maybe. But I'd rather write something that I feel good about, you know, or play something that I feel good about instead of something that's like technically ingenious, you know. I probably couldn't, by the way. It sounded like, oh, it's choice, you know. I'd rather do some chill stuff instead of being the next Mozart. That's not what I mean. Don't we all, Floppy, don't we all? Well, anyways. Let's get that out. Thank you, Taco, as well, for trying to manage the song list from time to time. My mods have a really difficult job sometimes, trying to keep up. Not that they need to, right? Because I'm happy for every little bit of help I get doing this, but yeah, I'm also not making it easy for them. I apologize. Let's play a little bit of more chill piano. We have about 15 minutes, 20 minutes left before we raid out. Let's also find a raid target. Someone who's live at the moment. Maybe someone who raided us a while ago. Well, we can say thanks that way. Oh, I like that. Gotta remember that. Random inspiration. Gotta leave now, alright, Aurora. Thanks for hanging out with us. I hope you feel better soon. And enjoy the rest of your day. Have a great start into the week. Once you free your mind, says AXD, about the concept of harmony and of music being correct, you can do whatever you want. Fair enough, fair enough. I get what they're getting at. Even though I think harmony, in the end, whatever that means to you though, and here we are again, more like talking about semantics. But yeah, like I think harmony is the one thing music does. But then again, it's semantics, I guess. But yeah, it's very true. Once you free your mind of these general ideas that a lot of people learn about music theory and a lot of concepts or misconceptions maybe people have about music, I feel like that's holding a lot of people back from what they could do with or how they could express themselves with music. And me being a trained classical pianist, I guess, to a certain degree, I'm also a victim of that, definitely. It's very difficult for me to sometimes let go of like this general ideas that I always come back to just because I'm used to it. I still haven't decided who to raid. God damn it. Na, na, na. Oh, Lupianus is live. She's playing live at the moment. Oh god, ads. Ads. Oh, Lupian is playing. Sorry. I always confuse him with another streamer who has a very similar name. Anyways, let's see. Who do we have here? Sorry, this is taking some time. I'm really bad at choosing a raid target all the time. And when I choose someone, they go offline because I took too long. That's me in a nutshell. All right. Come on. Oh, God, so many ads. That's why we pre-roll ads every hour, folks. That's why. Lightning says that's the power why music is close to language. Theory to give you more ways to express yourself and also ways to be more eloquent. But I like in poetry, sometimes it's not about how fancy words are, but get the shit done. Yeah. Exactly, Loki. And there's also different styles, right? Even when writing. And then there's people who have a certain style because they do it intuitively, and they intuitively do the stuff that others have to learn through theory, and then the other way around, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree, Loki. Thanks for your thoughts on this. All right. Okay, but I think we have a raid target. That means let's play a little bit more before we head out. I already say thank you so much, guys, for listening today. It was a pleasure to play for you. It was a pleasure to welcome so many new folks in here. So in case you have been new, in case you've been lurking maybe with a raid, feel free to consider following and coming back. We'll be back tomorrow with a co-working stream where some of my original music plays in the back, so ideal for lurking, especially work lurking. Next to me, writing down my sheet music. We do Pomodoro 30-10 more or less. Then on Wednesday we are back with general music stream with singing, rapping, looping, all the good stuff. Everything goes. It's a wild potpourri. And yeah, I hope you're up for it. We have a full week ahead of us. 5 streams this week. And I'm glad you chose to tag along today. Huge thanks as well goes, of course, to my amazing mods. Taka was here today helping me out with the song list so you guys know what I'm playing, even if I don't know what I'm playing. And with, you know, providing you guys with the information you need while I was playing and couldn't. And thank you, of course, to the people supporting this stream. To those of you also who are here for the first time, I am doing this full-time, basically, as a self-employed musician since last year, November, and this year is basically my trial year, so it kind of gets decided this year, depending on how well everything goes, if I can continue doing this, continue following what I enjoy doing and play music all the time. Or, you know, if it goes back to also having like a job at the side and stuff, spending again a little bit less time on streaming and music. So yeah, every little bit you were able to give helps out tremendously. We have a few Ko-fi tiers where you also get a little bit back, and the people already doing that are fucking legends. Their names are Afis, Kvinius, Doranica, Frankie, Jew, Clara, Lisa, Lobreza, Memela, Mo, Mr. Bala, Mr. Sias, Rob, Silver, Xanath, and Yoyi-san. Of course, next to all the people who support the stream with a sub here on Twitch, thank you so much for everything, folks. Your support is appreciated so much and keeps me afloat at the moment. Thanks so much, Floppy. I will. I'm in a good mood at the moment, so far it looks like I probably can continue after this year, but still not entirely sure, right? Alright, and now let's close the stream with some video game music you might enjoy, and then we'll raid out after this. Thanks, folks. ATC Fox, don't you worry about it. It's all good. Thanks for considering it though. Yes, you have a wonderful rest of your day. Everyone, much love, and enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of your stream. Also, my dear Baderhaus, a wizard is never late. Nor is he early. Alright, guys, copy the raid call. The Turk I just posted in chat with one of those 4 subs as well. Make some noise over there. Show them what a zebra stampede looks like, and we see each other again tomorrow for some co-working, and then on Wednesday for more music again. Enjoy the rest of your week, folks, and thanks for everything.